Welcome everyone on the live stream, on the internet, and here in the hall. This is day 2 of our tutorial, and I wish to start by wishing our Roma friends Happy International Roma Day. We are marking a very special occasion. Today is the International Roma Day, and it is a day that marks the significance of the Romani culture globally, and it's a day to raise awareness about their culture, and we are so happy to have our friends here today, and they are actually. They have prepared a short musical gig, and I'm so excited about that, to hear their music. They brought their instruments all the way from Romania, and they were so kind to set it up here, and that's the reason why we are a bit late with the live stream. As well, today we also have another guest musician from Turkey, and that's Murat, and he will play a traditional Turkish instrument. What's the name of the instrument? Malama. Malama. Malama. Amalaba. Balama. Ah, okay, okay. And that's... Yeah, maybe it comes from the same thing, yeah. Yeah.
It's something two things together and to...
Yes, in Turkish also the same.
The same?
Yes, same.
Oh, so we share the same words. In Bulgarian it means a different thing, though. So yeah, it's gonna be really exciting to have the music here, celebrating different cultures. Maybe Albena will sing for us as well. No, maybe Alexander will sing something. You will sing something? Christina, are you going to sing something today? Okay. I promised yesterday Jose to bring a guitar, but I couldn't find one. I didn't go home to bring the guitar, but we'll definitely have 2 more days, so perhaps we can have more music some of the next days. So yeah, today we have scheduled to speak about streaming platforms, different types of streaming platforms, and monetization, how to earn revenue from streaming platforms. And because we have the musical slot in our program today, I'll have to condense my presentations, but in short, we can start with streaming and distribution platforms. There are 2 types of streaming platforms in terms of how the revenue is generated for musicians. Yesterday we spoke about the significance of the streaming platforms and why the music should be made available on the streaming platforms. And today we are going to dig more about how to earn money from our music, how to earn revenue from streaming platforms, because in the past we used to sell CDs. Nowadays CDs are not that popular anymore, and musicians are encouraged to submit their content to streaming platforms. Yesterday we touched on audience habits, and I spoke about the technology is evolving around how people consume music, and that's also the case with the streaming platforms and the revenue models. Nowadays we simply have 2 types of revenue models: ad-supported and subscription-based. The difference is that in ad-supported model, the listeners are not paying a subscription. They use the streaming platform free of charge, and then in between songs they hear some adverts, advertisements, that is a paid advertising, and then from the revenue of the adverts, the platforms are distributing royalties to artists. And obviously, some people don't mind listening to ads in between the songs. But people who would like uninterrupted play, they pay subscription each month. Subscription-based streaming platforms are now the new model. And subscription-based online services are the new model. We can talk about also, let's say, services like Google Gmail, for example. You can buy a subscription for Gmail, or Adobe Photoshop. You can buy a subscription for all these softwares. And streaming platforms are also one form of a software as a service. So from the subscription, a subscription fee is usually how artists are paid from streaming platforms. What are the advantages of a streaming platform? We spoke about this yesterday, but the most significant one is the global distribution. Then another significant invention with streaming platforms is analytics and data. Compared to the past, where artists would sell CDs in the shop and listener will buy the CD and listen to it at home, and then you don't know how many times they listen to that CD or where the CD is listened to, in which country the CD goes. Now we actually have analytics and data provided by streaming platforms, which is a very helpful tool to artists. Because this way you can get to know your audience, you can get to see who is listening to you, where they are. For example, if I open my Spotify artist account, I can see today I have, for example, 5 plays from France, 3 plays from USA. You can even dig into the analytics and see what is the attention span. For example, if the people listen to the entire song, or they just listen to half of it and then switch to another song. And this is very helpful information for artists, because when you see that you have a lot of people from certain city or certain territory listening to your music, you can actually target your marketing campaigns to that country or to that city, and then you can actually make gigs, for example. You can plan concerts in that particular geographic area. So the analytics and the data that comes with the usage of music on streaming platform is a great innovation, and it's very strategic for artists, because it can help them to market their music in a more efficient manner compared to when once upon when we were selling CDs and cassettes and physical mediums. Obviously, one of the main subjects today would be monetization and how we earn money from our music, and we're going to talk a lot about these things, but I want to explain the basic position of monetization. We spoke about subscription fees, and that the users are paying subscription fee to have access to the catalog on the streaming platform. Let's say they pay 10 euros a month. The price varies from platform to platform, but let's take 10 euros as an example. And this month they will listen to 10,000 songs on the platform. Then the subscription fee obviously is split by the number of songs. After the platform is deducting the commission charge for running the service, for running the cloud infrastructure, the app infrastructure, and so on. And then the subscription fee, the remainder of the subscription fee, is split by the number of songs that are listened. And then each song receives a royalty. So if we have 10 euro subscription fee, the platform would, for example, hold as a commission a large chunk, usually that is 40–50% even, and then the rest €5 would be split by, let's say, if you're a very heavy music consumer, that would be 10,000 songs a month or something, and then the result is that each song receives a royalty, but that's sometimes a fraction of a euro cent. That's less of an euro cent. So in order for you to make a lot of money from streaming, you have to simply have millions of streams. And that is one thing that is making the industry right now, the current stage of the industry, not that fair towards artists. It's called transfer of value, where because obviously the main selling product on these platforms, music platforms or movie streaming platforms, the main product is actually the art itself. Let's take Netflix, or let's take Spotify as equivalent platforms. Unfortunately, the value of this music is transferred to the platform and to industry people, technical people, rather than the artists themselves. And a couple of years ago, there was a campaign in the UK raising awareness about this transfer of value that is very unfair, because it's all about the music, it's all about the art, it's not about the app, it's not about the streaming platform. Unfortunately, that's the current stage. And that's why a lot of artists, they release music, but they're still relying on the old traditional methods of revenue, such as radios, television, which is bringing much more royalties in terms of payment, because, for example, one broadcast, I'll make up the numbers, but they're about in that range. One broadcast on, let's say, on BBC in England would bring, for the whole song, for all authors, performers, would bring a couple of £100 for just single play on the radio or the television. So yeah, a lot of artists are relying on offline media, but they're also relying on additional side income from concerts, merchandise sales such as t-shirts, and even the CD itself nowadays is more or less considered merchandise. Whereas in the past it was the medium that was used to distribute the music. Nowadays is part of the merchandise products range that artists can sell online in order to earn a better revenue for their popularity. And there are different sorts of platforms, such as Patreon. If you've heard of Patreon, have you heard Patreon?
No.
Yeah, Christina knows it. So Patreon is basically something like a social media network where you create your profile, but the content is locked. It's more or less, think of it as a Facebook profile where you can post exclusive content, but only for subscribed users, and they pay you directly a subscription. You set your own price, like €1, €10, or even 100, if some people are willing to pay it, and then over there you post exclusive photos, exclusive stories, exclusive music that's available only there. And obviously it's a good model, because you don't need millions of viewers or listeners in order to have successful Patreon. Let's say if you have 100 people only that are paying you $10, this is already $1,000 a month from your small audience. And it's actually a good revenue model for people who interact with their audiences in such a way. Very similar to OnlyFans. The initial idea of OnlyFans wasn't for what it is used today, because now OnlyFans is for X-rated content. But initially the idea of OnlyFans was exactly to facilitate this direct connection with the subscription fee going particularly for the artist. On the other hand, as a consumer, for example, if I open my bank account and see the transactions of my subscriptions the last month, I already have plenty. I have apps on my phone that I'm subscribed to. I'm subscribed to some artists on Patreon. I'm subscribed to Google, to Microsoft services, and so on. So I can't imagine a world where the listener would subscribe to all different artists separately. For example, let's say Mitko is a huge music fan, and he listens to a lot of music. And if he has to subscribe to each artist that he likes, then he would have to pay $2,000 a month because he's truly consuming a lot of music. So there are pros and cons about this direct subscription model that is competing with the subscription models of the streaming platforms. But where it will go, it truly depends again on the audience and what the audience will in the end choose to have. We see in the digital world a lot of platforms are coming, they're becoming huge, and then they suddenly die. Example of this is, let's say, MySpace. If you guys remember, MySpace used to be huge. For me, it was the first time where I actually experienced global music reach online, because MySpace was even before YouTube. And on MySpace, I could have my music player, then friends from all over the world, they could listen to my music, they could send me messages, I could signpost them to different websites where they could download the music legally, pay for it, or purchase a CD online. This was the MySpace area, and then it suddenly died when Facebook became really popular. But MySpace music was definitely one of the first music revolution online when we speak about social media, because there were a couple of waves in the 90s. I don't know if you guys remember Napster. Yes. So yeah, that was very, very huge in the 90s, and it also died as a distribution model. Although they're still existing, but they changed completely their distribution model, and in general the business logic that they follow. If you remember Winamp, the player on the computer. Do you remember Winamp? Do you know what is actually Winamp today? Because nobody ever downloads MP3s and stores them on their computer. Winamp is actually, they're trying now to be a streaming platform instead of being the traditional player. And you can see the rebranded Winamp. Basically, it's something very similar to Spotify. So that's how different services are forced to evolve around how people consume music in order for them to sustain. Winamp once upon used to be a very free of charge player, and it was one of the best. I really loved it. It was so, even now, when I remember sweet memories of Winamp, I really feel like I want to play some music on Winamp now. But yeah, they created a new model for creators and for listeners. So Winamp for creators, giving you access to different services for monetization, very similar to what other platforms are doing. As you can see, you have some analytics, who is listening to your music, collecting your copyrights. In general, the tone of the business model is very similar to what other platforms are offering. Here we are now in an era where you have thousands of streaming platforms in the world, and even some very local one. For example, in Bulgaria we have the streaming website a video, very similar to YouTube, that's called VBox 7. And it's only for Bulgaria. Do you have similar local streaming services in your countries?
I didn't. When I make the research,
Yeah.
find the local website.
Yeah, but that was for learning when we were investigating.
Similarly, can find.
Yeah, we can do that. By the way.
I didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't really the focus of our. It wasn't the focus of our research back then. But for example, I can show you Savon, Geo7, which is the platform. Obviously, in our region, as you can see, is not available. But that's the one that is huge in India. And we could see a bit of the initial screen, but then we got banned. It's not really available in our region due to copyright restrictions. Obviously, they have the catalog just for their territories, and we should refer to a different streaming platform. But it is important for an artist to cover all these thousands and thousands of platforms. And imagine if you have one single song that has to reach all these platforms. What you do? You go, upload, enter all the information, go upload, enter all the information, go upload, enter, and then new and new services are coming every day, and you have to be everywhere because me as a user, I use Spotify, someone else would use something else, and in the end of the day, it's very difficult to cover all platforms, and this is where actually aggregators like let's say Roadnote, for example, come. These are the middlemen between streaming platforms and musicians. So this middleman is a platform that is aggregating content from artists and spreading it to all streaming platforms at once. They have contracts with each separate streaming platform, and they say, hey Spotify, we have a repertoire of 1 million tracks. Do you want to license our repertoire? And Spotify says, yes, sure, bring it over. How this works? They actually have their servers exchanging the information in an automated way. And it happens for seconds. The repertoire with artwork, artists, titles, authors, performers, all the information is injected for seconds, and it appears on all streaming platforms. But obviously the middleman also takes a commission on that, on top of the commission that the streaming platforms are also cutting from revenue. So the middleman for them to actually distribute to all, these are all platforms that they're distributing, and not all, but the main platforms, they're even more. There are about 1,000 platforms that they distribute. So they take also a percentage. They take usually 20% as well. So that's where the artists, they actually lose a lot of money to gain access to this digital supply chain of forest of streaming platforms.
Percentage taken from the copyrights?
Yes, what else? Yeah.
I mean, you're not paying them in advance for anything, but
you can. They offer two distribution models. Usually, most of the aggregators that bring your content to all platforms. One is the free model, where you only keep 80%, 85% of your royalties. You don't pay for the distribution. But if you know that you're gonna earn, you can pay $10 per single song $20 per short EP, I think that's up to 3 tracks, or pay them $30 for whole album, and then you keep 100% of the royalties. So if you, but then of the royalties that the streaming platform is paying the aggregator, the streaming platform still has their cut on the top of the chain. So you can't avoid that, because obviously you need the servers of YouTube, you need the servers of Spotify. That's actually costing a lot of money to maintain servers. Like video streaming servers is extremely expensive what YouTube is doing. That's why they're forced to show so much adverts. But it's valid for Spotify as well. The infrastructure, being able to deliver music to billions of listeners at once, is a very powerful cloud computer that's streaming all the music to all the points of the world. So yeah, these are basic monetization position of the market nowadays. And are you watching the stream, or our stream of the camera? Oh no, yeah. I thought you were watching our stream on YouTube.
No, they translate.
Oh, they translate. Okay. Yeah, that's very clever. Yeah, that's very clever. Mitko can do the same. Mitko.
Don't need my help.
Mitko.
Не трябва да ми го преведе.
Защото с Google можеш, ето, тук румънците са си пуснали Google и им превежда. Ама то може да говори. То говори Google. Да. The technology is still not that fast to translate for in real time with audio, because
Yes,
yeah,
there's a little bit delay.
slower, yeah,
A little bit delay
yeah.
between the speaker and the appearance of the
That's why
translate.
for Mitko it's
Google Translate.
But Google Translate, yes.
So yeah,
In Bulgarian is translated.
that's about the subscription models and the subscription fee. But obviously, I wanted to tell you that obviously once a song get paid, no matter how much, we have a bit of let's say the song earns one euro. If the performer is the same person as the author or the record label or the music publisher, then he will take that €1. But more often than not, these are all different people. These are authors, performers, music publishing companies, record labels. They all take share from these, and the directors. They all take share of the revenue. So that's in terms of the monetization, and I suggest that we have now 10-minute break, and then we can jump into the copyright. We'll speak about monetization again, but in terms of copyright, and we'll talk about. I have another presentation for today, so I'm trying to distribute the time evenly. Is this okay? Or shall I jump to the next lecture?
I don't know. What do you say?
Or you want?
10 minutes coffee break and then jump to the next session. Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
okay with that? Yeah, okay.
Because it's too much. Maybe I'm rushing as well. Too much. Yeah.
For me, it's very interesting. I don't know about it.
Thank you. Okay then, 10-minute break, and we start the next one. And now we are back on air on YouTube with our next lecture for today. We are going to have a bit of orientation in copyright. Very important topic for all musicians, and I believe that all musicians should actually know more about copyright. I need to. I started. I've started. I've started. Yes. I've started. Welcome back, everyone, online and here. Now we're going to have a bit of orientation in copyright because this essential topic for all creators, no matter what you do, music, films, arts, books, literature, everything, copyright is essential to know. I know it can be a very, very boring topic, especially I know a lot of musicians that they don't like really learning about these things because it's for lawyers, really. It is necessary to know your industry, to know your business, and it's essential for you to be able to monetize, to earn money from your art, no matter what art form is, to know more about copyright. So we are going to run around a couple of concepts about, we're going to speak about a couple of concepts about copyright. You've all seen this symbol that's now on the screen, the copyright circled C symbol. Every time you see that, it's there to indicate that the particular intellectual property is protected. When we use the term intellectual properties, obviously it sounds very serious, but it's a property like, it's very simple to explain, it's a property like every other property, like your car, like your house. You also have intellectual property, and because you wouldn't leave your house unlocked, you wouldn't leave your car unlocked, it's important to protect your copyright as well from infringement, as we call it, or from piracy, which is the term that is also used. So there is different types of. There is some images are missing, but we can see there are different types of copyright and intellectual property. You have copyright of artistic works or any other form of intellectual property and material. Then you have trademarks, which are brands, logos. You've also seen the TM symbol. They are also protected by the same Copyright Act. Is the general law applies for the same in the same way for copyright of artistic works as well as trademarks. And then another subject of this Copyright Act is the patents. They're also the output of intellectual work, patents of different inventions. For example, if I'm smart enough, tomorrow I can create a very, very innovative model of phone, and because I spent time of inventing that phone, I can patent the idea that I have, and I'll be the only one person in the world to be able to manufacture my idea and my phone. So patents are an essential part of copyright as well. And we've got trade secrets. Each company has their own secrets. We don't like competition. Trade secrets are also part of the Copyright Act. And that's because we have the right to keep our trade secrets and how we earn money. Some products, I'm not showing this to make advertisement of Coca-Cola, but some products, they have overlapping IP protection. For example, you have here, if you look at the bottle, the design of the bottle and the shape is actually patented by Coca-Cola, which means that only they can manufacture this shape of bottle. Then the logo, the Coca-Cola logo, is the protected trademark, and only Coca-Cola can use that trademark to sell their product. And then you have copyright on advertising and promotion, such as the image that I'm currently using. That is a copyrighted image, which we today use for educational purposes. So we are not infringing the copyrights. And we have trade secret of the formula of what the drink is actually containing. And this is how the product Coca-Cola is designed. It's a shape of a bottle, a logo, and you have a drink that with secret ingredients. And that's how a couple of subjects of copyright are actually embedded into one single product. And that is the overlapping IP protection. More than one form of IP protection is currently applying in this design. When we, during our project, we designed 2 student books in all languages of our partnership, and we published them on the internet for free of charge. And I indicated that we are using the Creative Commons. This is actually a different form of intellectual property protection, where it's open for use and reuse for free. So we have actually applied Creative Commons to our materials for this project in order to make them widely accessible. So these are for authors and in general intellectual property owners, right holders, that are willing to share their work for free, whereas the only requirement for usage of such work is to mention their name. For example, we have published the books, but we said you can reuse them, but you have to say that this book is made by us. You can use it free of charge, you can copy it, you can do everything with this. So every time you see the double C circled logo, it means that this particular asset is available for reuse, including commercially.
Can I just add something to Creative Commons?
Yes, of course.
I don't know whether you have checked that information. Who is managing the Creative Commons licenses? I think it's kind of an organization, international organization, that is providing this license.
I think it's a consortium of different organizations that have designed the Creative Commons concept in the way it's an open source. We need to double check that, but that's what I believe it is. So they're managing the standard. Yes, it's like a convention. Yes, there are different levels of Creative Commons. Yeah, yes. But the general idea is that it's open source content. Sometimes you can use it freely, even for commercial purposes. Sometimes they say you can copy it but not sell it. Sometimes they say you can use it but not rework it.
Erasmus Plus, all the intellectual products we made are mandatory to be free.
Actually, it's recommended. It's not mandatory, but it's recommended because sometimes you can't really take away the intellectual property of some participants in Erasmus in order to donate them to the project. This is not always applicable, but it is recommended that you should use Creative Commons where possible and make the content of all Erasmus projects widely available. Yeah, yeah. But sometimes not really applicable. For example, we can have a music project where the output would be a song. Let's say we do a training to create a song. we remain owners of authors, performers. We create a song. We keep those rights. Then, yes, it's not mandatory. It's recommended, but it's not always applicable. So where applicable, it's recommended to use Creative Commons licensing so that the Erasmus Plus outputs can be widely available for reuse by other people. So yeah, for our books, I applied the Creative Commons license, the least restricted one.
Yeah, and something else, Erasmus general rules say that all products which are produced during Erasmus project are intellectual property of the whole partnership.
Yes,
Not
yes,
one organization or one
yes.
author, it's a property of every organization that is participating in the
Because
project.
all partners
Yeah,
work
yeah,
to the
it's a
production.
property, copyright of the consortium. Yeah.
Okay, well, there are different aspects of copyrights. There are rights that can be assigned and rights that cannot be taken away. For example, let's say Alexander Mulov is director of music videos. He can assign the rights to someone exclusively. He can say, I will no longer have control of my video. I'm assigning you the rights to publish it on YouTube, to broadcast it on television, even collect my money from it. He can assign these rights. But what he cannot assign is that you're the author of this. Basically, Alexander cannot say, I'm not anymore the author. I give you the right for you to say you're the author. There are concepts in copyright that you really can't assign. And that's one example. That this is there are a couple of rights the authors usually have for their name to always be printed or appear next to their work. But obviously the rights to use the work are separate rights to the rights of ownership. So in Erasmus, what essentially this means is that the ownership of all collectively created materials are available to the entire consortium, but that doesn't mean that each contributor does not keep their own rights of ownership, of propriety. The word is, the word is притежание, propriety, propriety.
Property.
No, no.
Is not property?
No, well, it was something similar. I can't really locate the word now, but yeah, the rights of ownership is always unassignable. For example, in the UK, it's also illegal false attribution to copyright. It's illegal for me to create a work of art and say, oh, Bena did it. That's illegal, for example, as well, in some legislations, not all. But yeah, it's exactly the opposite of what I gave as an example. You can't really give away your rights completely. You have the right to become anonymous. That's definitely a right of yours as an author, but you can't really reassign the proper the ownership of the rights to someone else. You can only assign the license to use, generally speaking. Why copyright is important? Because inventors create ideas and they need to be protected. They need to be stimulated to create new ideas, any sort of ideas, design, works of art, patents, and so on. Research. The investor is investing time and effort into research in order to create a new intellectual property object. So And then the protection is important because the idea remains property of the respective right holders. Then the idea is protected for a certain duration of time.
Not forever.
You're the author forever. Mozart, Beethoven, they're authors of these symphonies forever. But obviously, after 80 years, currently the duration of protection is 80 years. Yeah, I will give you a very interesting example on the next slide. Currently it's 80 years. And then everyone can reuse the work. Then innovation, that's how we actually support innovation, by stimulating the creators to receive remuneration, protection. They can say, I want money for that. And they're right. Obviously, when it's property and when you give it to someone else, you have to receive something in return.
What is the duration in innovation?
Innovation. Sorry, how is the?
The duration of the of the copyright in innovation things.
Patents.
A patent.
A patent are shorter. They're not 80 years. They're, I think, 12.
Forever.
No, 12 years.
12?
Yeah, 12 years. The patents. Some patents are expiring because the logic behind this is that the patents are usually granted for something that is important, nearly genius, and very unique, that haven't existed before. And patents are granted to the owner of the patent, the inventor of the patent, but then there is also public interest to have access to the, let's say, technology or idea in the future, so the whole society can benefit. That's why the current duration of patents in European Union, I will check, 20 years, actually, from the date of filing the patent.
For digital applications, 20 years.
For all sorts of patents. Any invention, it can be remote control, can be...
no longer 20 years.
In 20 years, everyone can use the patented idea without having to license the patent for use. Yeah. And in America as well. It has to be, sorry? That is a design. That is a design. And trademark, as long as it's used, they're very complex rules, but trademark, as long as it's used, in use, it does not expire.
Another thing like the patent.
Sashu has trademark. Alexander,
Yes.
tell us about your art water trademark. That you actually, he created the product. Do you want to show it?
Yes, I can.
Shall I show it on the screen?
Yes.
Art water of Alexander Mulov. So he created the idea of Talia.
Hi, I'm Artwater, the new brand that creates art. My mission is to connect and promote artists from all over the world. I'm a brand of water and flavored soft drinks. I'm available in either a bottle or a can. A percentage of my price will go towards the creation and promotion of art. Our water can showcase music, film, designers, and many other artists, and even bring you to the world's most famous galleries and museums. You can create your own drink. I'm a new brand with countless options. In addition to the water brand, we can also license your business to art galleries, travel agencies, bars, restaurants, TV and radio shows, festivals, and a multitude of different art performances. Contact me and get a franchise license now. Create your art world with Art Water.
Yeah, so that's his idea. As you can see here is
Trademark.
yeah, you can see the R. You can see the R, circled R. You see here? Where am I?
Yes,
It's reserved.
Copyright.
Reserved R stands for reserved. So he patented this brand. He actually registered the brand in the whole European Union
Yes,
and
in 27 countries.
in 27 countries, because you have to protect it in each country separately.
Yes, you can give a franchise if someone wants to make in Spain or Italy. So the idea actually of our quota is to present the local artists. So we can make in Italy design with some Italian artists, with some history of art, with everything what you want.
And that's the idea of his brand. And tell me, do you have to register it every year, or how many years?
No, you can register every 10 years, but this is normally for all the brands.
Yeah. So
in
basically,
all the
you
world.
have to re-register 10 years.
Every 10 years.
You
Yes,
can renew.
You have to re-register the
No,
brand.
let's
It's not
register.
registered, the brand is registered, just pay the tax.
Just to pay tax.
And then also re-register. There is a
They
registry.
clear this because some people is forget, but they cannot forget because the
Patents, they
company
expire in
is
20
They
years.
call
Yeah,
from
it's
the
finished.
contract and they say you have to pay the tax
You
to.
So here, similar to Coca-Cola, his logo is his forever, 80 years. 80
And
years.
also there is Turkish Patent
Yeah.
Institute.
Yeah.
All of the patents
Yeah.
are received there. They are keeping. If you want, for example, if I want to take this brand, I am going to Patent Institute and I check is art water
Yeah.
is already
Yeah.
registered
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah.
If
But
there
if
is
the
this in
Turkey, if the Turkey is coming to European Union, directly the brand is
Protected in all countries. Yeah, they will merge the register.
You cannot register it. And if somebody wants to register it in some other country of the world, Australia maybe,
Yeah.
they ask and they can say, oh, in Europe have the same brand, so you cannot register for Australia.
Yeah.
So they have to ask me.
in Turkey there is a Patent Institute.
If I, for example, decide to register tomorrow, RT, I just put one in the end, water, creators, and go to the registry and say I want to register this. They say this looks so much like this one, which is
Yes,
already
very
existing,
similar.
and they deny registration of this trademark.
It has a lot of, if you go to the website officially for the European
Patent Bureau, yeah.
you can see a lot of, because they show all the brand which is
Yeah, it's publicly.
trying to register it, and if they
Yeah, let me explain it in an easy way. Once you apply, they make announcement. This person is trying to register this brand. If there is opposition, you can write to them and say, "Oh, I have this brand already," and they then they put in a procedure to deny. Basically, you have to change your idea.
Like whenever we want to register company
Yeah.
and to choose a name,
Yeah.
to put the name you want to register that is similarly like other.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
They don't let you.
Change.
Yeah. They don't let you. Yeah. Exactly. So that's a similar thing. It's a very interesting topic and very deep, and obviously trademarks, patents, designs. These are all several elements, because in art water you have the art water in letters, just letters, like just like art water. This is protected first like letters, only letters, the combination of two words, art water. Then you have the logo, which is separate thing,
Separate.
and
It's a form, it's a
you're older.
You
can
can,
do
but
it,
it's
erase it
your-
if you want.
But the letter is very important.
Yeah, the
Why?
letters
Because
are where we start.
when we want to register some, I was working in a buyer,
Yeah,
and we wanted to register some our brand in Turkey,
yeah,
and if it's same, if we have same registered brand name in Turkey, and then they don't give any permission to register in Turkey. A lot of brand, we changed name of brand, we we changed because of
Yeah.
we are crop protection company, but another biscuit company
Yeah.
is using the same name,
Yeah.
and we changed our name.
Like Nutella, you cannot make Nutella chocolate.
Yes, for example, in Europe, Nutella is crop protection
In Germany.
production in German, but Turkey chocolate company, and we didn't use.
Yeah. Arzu.
I have a problem long time ago with the design,
Yeah.
logo design about my company, my chapter.
Captain.
Long time ago, 7 years ago, I have established a chapter. I made the logo,
Yeah.
and then the program.
Yeah.
There is a one program, and they say to imaging.
Yeah.
The digital platform prepare the logo. for
Yeah,
me.
yeah, you used the
And
platform.
then it is very easy for me.
Yeah.
And then, of course, write a message and then send me a photo. I like to find phonics.
Yeah, Phoenix, you got the Phoenix.
my
Yeah.
symbol.
Yeah.
And then, yes, beautiful logos, the same phoenix.
Yeah.
After 3 or 4 months later, my volunteer said to me, this is special. This is special.
Yeah,
But
that's-
first logo, my volunteer said to me, my teacher, but this is problem. Why? It's special for me, the digital platform created for me. No, it's a cigarette logo.
Secret.
Cigarette.
Cigarette.
Small.
Oh, cigarette logo.
Yes, in European countries, it is
They use the same logo. Yeah.
I like cigarette. And then this volunteer is a very creative young man.
Yeah.
And then after only creative
He made a new Phoenix for the logo. Yeah. So you used a creative
change.
element that was available for everyone to use on that program, on that platform, and then it came out that someone else was using it. So that's very important to create our own logos, our own brands. So that
She's lucky, maybe.
Yeah.
Be some drug.
And then I have
you're registered.
Turkish Patent Institute.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
All give information about this logo and the chapter
Yeah.
name. And then after the Turkish Patent Institute is approved.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
logo is mine.
Yeah.
Logo in the world.
That's good.
In the world.
That's excellent. So yeah, because Josif wanted to know about the duration of copyright, we have the Mickey Mouse rule here. There is a very interesting story around Mickey Mouse and the American Congress. When the first US Copyright Act was designed, the duration of the copyright was back then 14 years. And obviously, companies like Disney continuously lobbied for the duration, to extend the duration of the copyright. So, basically, when the US Copyright Act was created, it was 14 years. Later, they extended it to 20 years. Again, 5 years before Mickey Mouse was set to be part of the public domain, the Congress enacted legislation extended to works created on or after January 1st, 1978 to life of the author plus 70 years, and that's what we have currently in Europe. I think is 80 years though.
That is applicable only in US state?
No, in Europe the duration currently is similar logic we are following. Is 70 years, after the death of the author.
So
Yeah, so there his inheritance.
Disney died in
That's what I was
50 for a long time.
Yes, but this is still Mickey Mouse will be in public domain. I think this year it became in public domain.
He died 1966.
66
So
and 70,
65 years ago.
So
65 years ago. We have also 5 years.
Yeah.
After that, we can use
Mickey Mouse.
Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse.
so Mickey Mouse early versions of Mickey Mouse are now in public domain. Only early versions of Mickey Mouse are in public domain. Only the first design of Mickey Mouse, but it gets iterated throughout the years. Mickey Mouse change. So the first design of Mickey Mouse is now in public domain from January 2024. But one interesting fact is when we speak about music, often you have author of music, author of text.
Text, yeah.
The duration of such works, protection, is 70 years after the death of the last surviving author. So the work will remain protected. Thanks to Disney, we currently have across the world harmonized rule for 70 years after the death, and then obviously it's released to public domain for people to benefit of this invention and to actually enjoy use of the protection. But obviously the protection extends to the children and the grandchildren of the creator as a legacy that they have. This is what I wanted to say, that a work of art is often collaboration, and you have different roles in there. You have composer, lyric writer, performer, studio producer, and each one of them are forming their own share of this whole work. And then they are assigned to music publisher or to record label to use, but they also have their own rights. For example, record label will pay for some production, or will pay the composer or the lyric writer to create a work. They still keep their rights, but the record label is then using the rights. So copyright is flowing between different agents in this system, and it's very important for us as creators, when we create works of art with other people, to respect other people's copyright as well. So if I want to upload, for example, my song on the internet, but I have a lyric writer, I need to ask them, can I please, although if we created it together, it's only fair to ask your collaborators to use their work on the internet. Often people collaborate, and I always advise my colleagues to sign agreements for co-creation, so it's clear from the start who and what responsibilities they have. But artistic people, they're not always interested in legal matter, and it's very difficult to get them to sign agreements of co-creation, of collaboration, which is actually a good practice. I show you this scheme where we have one music publisher, one record label, but for example, the composer can have one publisher. They can be, here's a different scheme, for example. One work of art, one song, but we have two composers that worked on the music, one lyric writer, and each one of these authors, they have their own music publisher. And when this music gets played on Spotify, for example, each stream has to be distributed to all these people, all these parties that are interested in this in this recording. Basically, they have interest in this recording in terms of ownership. So the industry can get quite complex. And that's why we have, it can get even more. When you add video director, for example, screenwriter, studio producer, choreographer, you see how many people worked for one single song, and each one of them has to be protected, and he has their own name on that work, and they have interest in that work. So how can we manage this mess? Because this is just one song, one video. Imagine millions of repertoire, repertoire containing millions of titles in it. So here we come with the CMOs, the Collective Management Organizations. Maybe you've heard of them. It's a type of licensing body which grants rights on behalf of multiple rights holders in a single blanket license for a single payment. Generally speaking, right holders will join a CMO as members and instructed to license rights on their behalf. What this means exactly is usually CMOs are non-for-profit organizations where authors like me or them, they become members and they register their works there, this song, that song, this song. And CMOs, they work in a network around the world. For example, you have the, here in our relevant countries, I can show you in Spain, this is SGAE ASG. No, this is in, yeah, that is Spain. You have UCMR ADA. Do you know this in Romania? Yeah, and Credidam, you know. In Bulgaria, we have Film Author, Music Author, very generic name we are using here, and Prophone. In Turkey, you have MESAM and MSG. So basically, they work in a network, which it means essentially that if my song gets played in Spain, SGAE or ASG will collect from the television my royalty and send it to Music Author. This organization represent each other on different territories, and that's how we collect our royalties globally nowadays. It's very slow, the system. For example, it's from the past year that I receive royalties. Past year I received royalties for 2021 from some territories. And even from other territories, they decided that they will distribute something for 2016 and send it last year. It's just very slow for some societies are slower than other, and the system is not ideal, but they deal with very large repertoires, because in these societies, they more or less have monopoly on each of the markets, and they represent the entire repertoire, from me to Madonna to Michael Jackson, everyone, pretty much everyone. Murat?
And then also Turkey, they keep all of the music in their area, archive. If there will be some conflict,
Yeah,
this is
okay.
your thing. I
Yeah.
said, no, this is mine.
I then keep the recording.
And you are going to
That's very
go
good.
And Mesam
Yeah.
said, sorry, Miro already informed us about 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah,
This is belong to Miro.
yeah, the registration.
Registration.
The registration.
Who has
Yeah.
their own scene, they are registered to
Yeah.
also Mesam, and this is the help to court.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
also they don't go to court directly. Mesam is fine. And sorry.
Yeah,
this is
they can
belong to
resolve basic conflicts, the societies can resolve, but it can get quite messy, and sometimes you need courts. You can't really resolve all conflicts in the society, but yes, they have mechanisms to resolve sometimes conflicts between authors about ownership of different works. And here we have a couple of challenges. Obviously, it can get quite complicated for simple artists like us, basically without record label support. We need to administer our music, not just write brilliant music. we have to actually administer the intellectual property, because without doing this, we have no chance of actually earning money from it and have a sustainable career in music. So that's one of the challenges that we have currently. Transfer of value. I spoke about the transfer of value earlier, where the most valuable part in the streaming platform currently is the streaming platform itself and not the music itself. And that is another challenge that we are currently facing, the transfer of value, because earlier I mentioned Spotify is not more important than Spotify is the vehicle, but basically the product is the actual music. Because if Spotify didn't have any songs, nobody would use Spotify. However, the transfer of value is existing as a challenge nowadays. And then you have very complex technology for artists. You have ISRC, ISWC, IPI codes. You have different databases as the ISWC, ICE, these are for musical works. You have data exchange standards like DDEX and MEAD. So let me explain a bit more about ISRC, ISWC, and IPI. These are like your ID number. In Bulgaria, we have ID numbers. I don't know if in other countries you have like unique person identifier. So ISRC stands for International Sound Recording Code. Each sound recording in the world, and also music videos, they have unique code that is assigned to these works. And that's how these organizations can identify the works more easy than searching names of writers and so on. Then you have International Song Work Code, which is for the song itself, because the recording is recording, but the song is existing also on paper. It has authors. In the recording, you have performers, you have producers of the recording, you have many more interested parties in that. And IPI is also for a single person identifier, is interested party identifier, often for composers. Each composer or writer, lyric writer in the world have unique IPI number, and this is how they are detected in the databases. But yeah, it's important for musicians to actually store the information about their ISRC codes and ISWC codes. It can get really boring if you're a modern musician to have Excel and you keep my codes and you call music author or you call your organization and say, where is my royalty for BG35978? But that's the only way for them to identify. And the exchange standards are metadata, everything about a song, what are the writers' names, the countries, the year of copyright, and so on. And DDEX is one standard for exchange of metadata, which can get quite challenging as well. Here, example of metadata, how it looks like is computers talking about the sound recordings. It's data about data. Here we see the metadata of a presumably a song by Madonna. You see that she's a resource contributor, party name, full name, Madonna, resource contributor, role artist, and then you have, and she's also a composer in this case of that song. If we have to read the metadata of the song, and we see those lines in the metadata, we know that Madonna is not only performing the song, but she is also owning and sharing the composition. So that's how this is exchanged between streaming platforms and aggregators in order for the money to reach the right person. Because if we upload a song on the internet and we don't enter these details, in the end, the money will be collected, but they will not have way to distribute the money if they don't hold the correct metadata. And also metadata is very helpful for search engines, because if we don't enter metadata, for example, I record a really nice song now and I upload it to YouTube, and everything I type is song 1. And I'm expecting someone to find it. Nobody will find it, because the data about the data is not there. The song is the data, and it needs the data about the data, so that the search engine can say, oh, Miro, song this one, or then you can find the song. Otherwise, you cannot. It's just existing in the space, and nobody can reach, and nobody knows what it is. So not only discoverability of the intellectual property, but also the payment in the end. Because without these details, you can't allocate the payment. And those societies, they often have, it's called black box. On their website, they announce unidentified recordings, songs, and we say, we have collected for this song, but we don't know who is it. And they publish this regularly, trying to find something that's been broadcast on radio, or something that's been listened on Spotify, but they don't have the data to reach the authors and distribute the money to them. So that's why it's really important for us to be very organized. And I want to ask Sasha, have you got a spreadsheet of all your works at once? Like Excel with everything you've created at once? All the credits of the video, with all the team members. Have you got such information? Имаш ли таблица на Excel с всичките ти неща, които си правил? See, he's one of the greatest music directors in this country, and he doesn't have Excel spreadsheet with all of his works, all of his music videos. Yeah.
Sometimes I see some video and say, oh, this
I
is
do. I don't
remember a lot of things. No, I know everything, but sometimes you see something on the TV and say, oh, this is
So this is how money travel in the music industry. This is how money travel in the music industry. You can see in the form of a tube map. From the studio, this is how money travel in the music industry in general. From the studio, when the copyright is created, tracked, mixed, mastered, goes to record company, music publisher, authors' rights society. This is where the copyright is also starting to exist. And I took this particular image from DDEX, the website for metadata standard. This is where we collect also metadata about the assets, the intellectual property assets. For example, in Alexander's case, that would be the music. In your case, it won't be studio, it would be a filming site. From there, we collect who is the choreographer, who is the performer, and we put them in the archives so we know, and then goes to the record company, music licensing company, metadata company, DSP we call platforms, digital service providers. So this is how money and metadata and how in general the industry travels nowadays. The music industry is very, very well organized, but it can be very slow. Another way to protect our copyright is by fingerprinting our sound recordings. YouTube has this technology which is called Content ID, where they capture short example of each sound that is being published on YouTube. And if someone else uploads it, they say, oh, that's copyrighted by this person, they take it down. Or, for example, they show adverts and they monetize this content to the original copyright owner. But the technology is not perfect, because sometimes you have these weird things where someone is calling, someone is uploading a purring cat, the cat, and YouTube says, oh, this is actually a song that I know, and it takes it down. The technology is a robot and creates a lot of misunderstandings. So it's still not perfect, but it's a good way to protect your copyright. Not only YouTube has such technology, there is one Spanish company that I know, it's called BMAT, if you ever heard of them. What they do is they have a database of all music in the world, basically in the world, and they fingerprinted each song. And on the other side, they have a server that is listening all radios in the world, and televisions as well. And basically, they detect each song when it's being played on radio, television, and help the collective management organizations to track usage of music on radio and television. Because often the organizations, like Music Author, they rely on reports from the television or a report from the radio. I've played this and that, but often the radio don't really care to write down the reports. Or I know radios, for a fact, the Bulgarian National Radio, let's say, where they fill this report in paper after each show, and they go to they have a very, Albena knows how they work. They fill the usage report on paper, and sometimes the papers got lost, and I go to Music Author and I say, but this got played on Bulgarian National Radio, and they said it wasn't reported to us, and then obviously Bulgarian National Radio lose the paper of the report that it was played. So fingerprinting is a very, very good technology to actually detect usage of copyright and assist the organizations and the distribution of money from copyright. And we here have what the future would hold. Blockchain protection, for example, the crypto blockchain that they use is very good for copyright, because you can follow when each license was transferred or how the copyright started existing, and you can't really influence this chain. So it's a very, very good thing if we actually use that for copyright protection, and I believe that this will happen soon, because we... No, not yet. No, not yet. Yeah. Then interfaces for metadata, because what I showed you with Madonna is computer language. It's not something that we as simple artists can do. And currently we rely on companies, middlemen, to aggregators to organize our metadata and inject this content into different platforms. And we lose money from that. Hopefully in the future we will be able to actually have some interfaces to create the metadata. I'm also hopeful that copyright should become a school subject, especially in early years, because kids need to know and respect copyright. Some of them should actually be able to opt in and become intellectual property owners or inventors, or they should realize that this is an actual profession.
Have you made your research about the presence of copyright office in the schools?
In the schools, it's covered in England to the extent that when you draft your essays at school, you're familiar that you are you don't plagiarize your schoolwork. That's the extent, and possibly you have small topics covered here and there. But I want it as a whole subject. Like we have chemistry. Why don't we have copyright at the same time?
In Bulgaria, I would say that it's almost impossible to happen. School system education is very conservative in Bulgaria.
But now they have a new subject, entrepreneurship,
it's not changing very easily. But when suddenly someone speaks about religion, suddenly the school system accepts religion as a school subject, which is amazing. I mean, religion. Can you imagine?
yeah, well,
I mean, that's not okay.
it's
Not
yeah.
practical. It's not really giving some skills or knowledge to the children. Religion, and this is something very private,
Exactly.
very
Yeah,
intimate.
it's personal. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not something that should be studied in school. I don't know about your countries.
It's the same.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
We're
really
very
don't
similar
get it
in many ways.
because religion, what does this mean? I mean,
You could
there
have
are so
separate
many-
religious schools if,
Yeah,
for
if
example.
you want to study
Yeah.
religion, you can go to a religious school.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
But copyright should be in schools, and let's say maybe that they don't have kruti technique, labor and work anymore. But they have, I think it's called now humanity and entrepreneurship.
well,
Човечество и
it-
предприемачество,
no,
нещо
no,
такова.
in different levels they have different.
Yeah, but in one of these topics they can extensively learn copyright, and I believe that should be lobbied somewhere on the European
Currently,
level.
I'm preparing a project. I think Arzu is a partner in this project. I submitted this idea this year. It's called a project Ready for Life. And this project is in the school education sector where I'm applying for educational resources concerning all necessary life skills which are not taught in schools, like
Okay,
what is
very
banking, what is taking credits and what does it mean to you, what is taxing and why do you have to pay your taxes. So things like that, basic financial literacy, basic legal literacy. When you sign a contract, what does it mean for you, that you have rights and obligations, and things like that. Because the young people in schools, when they graduate, they don't have any practical skills becoming from school. Practical skills.
In life.
Yeah, for life. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're going outside the school, beginning signing contracts with like mobile services providers or banking institutions, and they don't really get what are their rights, what are their obligations within these contracts, things like that.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the normally, as far as I understand, there's two different words, education and teaching. Normally in Turkey, our government said the Turkish education and teaching cooperate, but only teaching something
Yeah.
to cross two and some scientific things.
Yeah.
But education is their teach to them how they will behave in their life.
Yeah.
Like what did you say?
It's about
The practical
The practical
Usage.
applications, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So copyright is part of this.
is about functional literacy.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
yes.
About functional, this is pizza.
They know to read, but they don't understand what they.
Exactly. Yeah.
in Turkey
Reading
sometimes
with understanding is
In Romania we
different.
have a high percentage, maybe 40% of the young graduates don't
understand a text.
A text.
Yes, after they read. Sometimes the first school, if your teacher is good in Turkey, they are asking their students write a letter your relative who is close to you, and they go to the post office together, all of them, how they can write letter, and they send to their uncle or their another relatives to some practical in their life.
That's nice, yeah.
Yeah, that's also.
That's cute.
Like, yeah.
So yeah, that's my end of the slide. Here I just wanted to say about the future. It's very important that we participate in public consultations about how the intellectual property infrastructure of the world should be organized. Because as musicians, it's very important to be part of this process, because otherwise it's been taken over by large corporations, and it's not always in our interest to have large corporations dictate the rules. So I've participated in a couple of public consultations with the European Commission, and I would say that my recommendations were actually excuse me, taken into consideration, and there are not many single right holders, composers or lyric writers that actually participate in public consultations. If you open in the consultation responses, because they're public, about policy, about future directives, regulations of the European Union, you mainly see corporations, you mainly see companies, you don't see single musicians or NGOs that work with single musicians. So lobbying for how this infrastructure should be organized in the future is equally important for us to protect our copyright in order to be able to monetize it in a way. So that's for today now. I think it's getting too long. And now I would love to celebrate with some music. Yeah. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. And these presentations that I'm doing, you can, I can send it to you if you want to make your own.
understand what they mean.
Yes.
It's a song.
Another also Zülfü Livaneli song.
Yes, I have a lot of music. Zülfü Livaneli.
International music.
This song is dedicated to a big poetry, Turkish poetry.
Journalist.
Urumcu.
Yes.
Yes. They killed them.
Yes. Yes.
With bomb. Suikast.
So we can translate it later on.
Yes.
Evet, olsun güneş topla benim için.
Aa, çok güzel.
No, I know another, but in Greek, with Greek lyrics.
Yes.
Theodorakis.
Maybe we can do together one of Turkish, one of
Greek
lyrics. Yes.
Nereye tukajsi? Дали куткує човек?
Ama kardeşim duymaz.
Kardeşlerin duymaz. Yes.
Çekiyoruz ama
Full çekelim.
full çekemiyoruz işte. Şimdi bir dakika.
Are you ready?
Just a minute because I
Take for video.
And then this way.
Yes.
Şarkı söylerken çekemiyoruz.
All of us.
And then this way.
Yok, şuradan daha iyi.
Ama seni görmüyor. Seni görmüyor.
Görmüyor.
Bu taraftan mı alacak?
Oldu.
Neydi o şarkı? Neydi o şarkı? Şarkımız iyiydi.
Kardeşim duymaz.
Kardeş.
Δεν ξέρω, να μάθω. Πάω σε πέτρες πέρα.
Γιώργα, είπαμε θα μπορούσαμε να παίρνουμε να μην τα εισπέρ. Ама трябва да отида до телефона да им покажа коя песен искам да изпеят.
Давай съм дясно до страната и ще дойдеш насам.
Добре.
Айде сега. Айде, давай само направо.
Пътяката стена.
Maybe you can find my
Тук може да си сложим легло и да спи.
Hey,
Може ли?
Да, с кефа. Кой точно кажеш? Тук,
Леко, кабелче едно. Айде стигна до стола, отива. Ето ти го стола.
това да безпъй малко.
Защото тук по-хубаво се чува и се музика.
Така ли?
Ми да, защото е срещу колоната по-далеч.
А тя колко вата или не знаеш?
100.
100 вата?
Да.
Кой знае колко пари струва това чудо?
Да.
Трябва да ги питаме.
Трябва.
Romani music dedicated to our International Day, International Roma Day, celebrated each year in 8th of April since 1971. In Romania, the parliament adopted as a special day, even in the parliament at the Roma National Day.
Say in the microphone.
And we want to start with the gifts of Romani people.
Şarkıcı da bunları şarkıcı İsmail'i kayısı
Almancı bence. Almancı.
Aynen o da biliyorsun.
Yani
Almanca mı? Arabesk ama.
I know. Milo soruyor. Milo soruyor.
Ha, biliyoruz mu?
I know Swahili Eka, yes.
he wants it.
Normally living in Germany.
Biz görüşmeyiz seninle yani. Bizim jenerasyonlar.
Please sit down because we start our show. And it's a pleasure to sing for you together with my colleagues. It's about Florin, Celia, and Petrica, famous Romanian singers and players. They play to the keyboard, and Petrica is a vocalist. And we want to start with a Roma people team. I told you, was adopted in 1971 to the Congress of all Roma people in the world, held in near to London, and were attended a lot of Romani representatives for almost all the world. it's international Roma song. Is played for the first time in the Black Cat, White Cat, the film of Kusturica with, yeah. So
Mulțumim.
De care mai spus așa? Andare cel Andare cel Bosnane, Padirati Shukanane, Doli Pavai te Cinaba, hop hop hop hop hop hop. Ștucă e cașmancă, hop hop hop hop hop. La la la la la la la hop hop hop. La la la la la la hop hop hop. Now is the turn of my colleague to sing some Romanian songs.
No.
armenească, trece o șadră țigănească. Pe ulița armenească, trece o șadră țigănească. Ciocânește, băgânește, de gata nu potulește. Ciocânește, băgânește, de gata nu potulește. Iana mea, draga mea, scumpă și gurița ta, aș gurița. Iana mea, draga mea, scumpă și gurița ta, săruta, ți-aș gurița. Cadă ziua romilor! Du-te negă să te duc, du-te negă rom la cuciumă. Du-te negă să te duc, du-te negă rom la cuci. tu la maranata, se traște cu la cătanică. Eu la tu să ne cătrăcă, să ne căr la cătanică. Ileana mea dragă, scupul și gurița ta, săruta, dă-și gurița. Ileana mea dragă, scupul și gurița ta, săruta, dă-și gurița. Dacă ești frumoasă, de ce nici nu iubești? Dacă ești frumoasă, de ce nici nu iubești? Iubește-mă și pe mine, măcar o lună de zile. Iubește-mă și pe mine, măcar o lună de zile. Iuliana mea dragă, scumpă și gurița ta, săruta de gurița. Iuliana mea dragă, scumpă și gurița ta, săruta de gurița. Hai, părine! Amiceană și-un palmar și cu lăutar, m-aș petrece așa până la ziua. Amiceană și-un palmar și cu lăutar, m-aș petrece așa până la ziua. Ia de vrea sărmane gând, ca mâine te faci pământinul, vremea ce-aș Ia de vrea sărmane gând, ca mâine te faci pământinul, se va răsura. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să mă învăsele. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să pot să ceară. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să mă învăsele. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să pot să ceară. Ia de vrea sărmane gură, ca mâine te vas în finul, venere ce-aș bea. Ia de vrea sărmane gură, ca mâine te vas în finul, venere ce-aș bea. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să mă învăsele. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să pot să ceară. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să mă învăsele. Unde-i paharul, dați-mi paharul, să pot să ceară. Thank you very much. No, professor.
Now, Petrica will perform an old Roma traditional music inspired by the Turkish folklore.
seară, domnule Muticulo, întrebarea n-are rost. Domnișoară, domnișoară, ce program aveți de seară? Domnule Muticulo, întrebarea n-are rost. Bine, bă! Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Now is something instrumental from our colleague Florin. Jazz, yes.
It's now or never. You're listening Dua Lipa and
Dua Lipa.
Dua Lipa
Inna is
Romanian.
Inna is Romanian.
Ariana Grande.
He's trying to find
Rihanna, yeah?
singer. No, Inna is Romanian.
Beyonce.
Inna Romanian.
Inna
Near to
Golden City.
Black Sheep.
Akon, Eminem. Smack that all on the floor.
No, they don't listen. The social phone. That's a ball.
Turkish çok benim.
That's a ball. Возрастные. Врежите, слушайте. Europe.
Gerekli bir
Can you let the instrument in and to take them
It's my love. Yes. Let it come.
Onu bilmiyorsun. Bugün beni dinleyeceksin. Yalnız ben de
take them when we Thursday, when we will leave. Because we will travel with them in the car. Because it's difficult to shop.
Our camera is here.
We are shopping.
You know the location?
Alabama.
For the dinner tonight, we have dinner everyone.
No, I
will share the location to Zoom. You're together, yeah?
No, for the lunch. Which one? We went
It's called.
next.
It's called
Very close.
Plate. Yes, I'll share the location now.
The lunch.